officers to lead us in our pledges, invocation, and national anthem.
The 4-H motto is to make the best better. I pledge my head for clear thinking, my heart for greater loyalty, my hands for larger service, and my health for better living. For my club, my community, my country, and my world.
FA motto, learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve.
Please bow your heads with me and pray. Dear Jesus, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. We pray for the safety over all the livestock today, and we pray for the safety of all our exhibitors, judges, and spectators. We thank you for all the people who helped put this on, and we thank you for our community for supporting this event. God bless Mason County. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now the Texas flag. I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
If you would, let's give these youngsters a hand. We have Ruby Osborne here with the 4-H motto and pledge, Eli Boyd with the FFA motto. Our invocation was given by Lexi Moore, the American Pledge of Allegiance by Callan Longhenney, and our Texas pledge by Eric Sapien. Thanks, youngsters. Appreciate it.
It's been so long since I've said the Texas pledge.
When I had Commissioner's Court meeting every morning, we start out with the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas pledge. Every time I get new commissioners, I have to give them credit to it because they didn't know it. All right, I'm going to introduce you before we get into that. Again, as I said, your exhibitors, get your first class of market swine ready. This morning, I'd like to introduce our judge for our animals for this next 2 days that we're having our 101st stock show, Keaton Dodd, excuse me. Keaton is a past Texas A&M livestock judging team member. He currently serves as the executive director of the Santa Gertrudis Breeders International. He previously served as a vice president of seed stock operations at BRC Ranch. After graduating from Texas A&M, he served as a graduate lecturer in animal breeding and genetics, as well as the livestock judging team coach and coordinator. Let's welcome our judge this morning with a hand. We appreciate Keaton working with our youngsters today. Coming into the ring this morning, our first class of market swine. Our exhibitors are Caleb Potter with a Duroc weighing 158 pounds, Reed Yonker with a Duroc weighing 174 pounds, Ruby Osborne exhibiting a Duroc weighing 180 pounds, and Gustavo Valdez exhibiting a market swine Duroc weighing 191 pounds. While our judge is evaluating this first class, let me go over some of the times that we're looking at our schedule. Today, on December 31st, we have our swine show this morning. Immediately following the swine show, we have our swine showmanship. And completion of the swine showmanship, we have the fastest torch contest outside. This afternoon, we have our heifer and steer check-in, weigh-in. At 3 p.m. this afternoon, we have our cattle show. Immediately following the cattle show will be our cattle showmanship.
Good morning, and nice class and a strong pair on the top end, and I think both those hogs are maybe different stages in maturity, and so as we watch them continue to develop, I think you could swap that pair. Big, bulky, rugged kind of a bear that we lead off with. I think coming at you, a wide skull and frame, a big kind of a rib cage and lots of product, and then still I thought big difference between that pair, range of motion and mobility. I thought his length of hip, the set to his hock, his length of stride, all allowed that hog to maybe just get out, hinge, and drive a little freer there off his rear too. I do think shoulder forward in terms of some look and extra extension. There's some pieces I like in the gilt that comes in second. She's cleaner there in her throat latch. She's better at the top of her neck. I do think she's a little stronger and more secure there in her pasturing, but Like I said, we're a little short-hipped, we're a little tentative in terms of our rear leg reach and usage, but I do think that's a good-looking one that's still got enough density and product. We wrap up with a pair that I think are different. The one we end up in third, the young man's, is a little cleaner compositionally. I thought just a shot more shape and expression as we take them from above. Read that one in comparison to the first two. I thought we were a little drier there in our center, a little straighter and more upright in our blade angle. We wrap up with one that thinks heavy structure, dense made in terms of some foot size and some extra extension. Get into the entire grouping, though. I thought that one was just the flattest bodied, the most closed up there through its base. Good lineup, competitive top pair. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Dodd. Placings in our first class of market swine Duroc hogs. Fourth place is awarded to Gustavio Valdez. Third place, Caleb Potter. Second place awarded to Reed Yonker. And first place blue ribbon winner goes to Ruby Osborne. Congratulations. Exhibitors in our second class of Duroc hogs. This class of hogs weighing from 196 pounds to 228 pounds. Exhibitors, Callan Longhenny with a Duroc weighing 196. Callan also has a second Duroc hog in this class weighing 217 pounds. Hannah Holbrook with a 222-pound Duroc, and Reed Yonker with a 228-pound Duroc. Exhibitors, I've also been asked to remind you, those in the back and out here showing, once the hog show is completed, you will need to have your pictures made out here with the backdrop. So please make sure that you have your pictures made out with the backdrop.
Another good class, lots of depth. I think all four of these hogs have value, and we get into a pretty close top pair. I thought there was just a shot more uniqueness in the barrel we lead off with. A stouter skull, a bigger forearm, just a naturally denser kind of a skeleton and build. Get above that pair, I do think, too. He squares up better there at the back of his blade. He turns a fresher shape down his top. I think just a lot of features that one combines that are really unique in terms of being attractive and fresh and yet still very stout and rugged in the way we're put together. Young lady drives us a bear that I do think's loose and very free moving. I like that one in terms of being maybe just a shot more extended there ahead of her blade. I do think that we're cleaner at the top of our crest. Bear's a little coarser sheathed. He's a little flat there on his front feet. I just didn't think he was quite as unique in terms of his blend of substance and extra shape, but I do think good kind of a bear that's got a lot of positives. We wrap up with a nice pair. I thought that there was just a shade more boldness in the young man's gilt, and I think you take that pair above. We do run more shape down our top. We've got just a shot more flair there. Hip, rump, stifle, all those things. Just didn't think that hog was quite as just stout and powerfully constructed like we find in that first pair. And we wrap up really a loose strided, well put together hog. Young lady does a nice job, and I think skin, hair quality is excellent. Just a little more closed up, a little flatter centered. I didn't think we had quite the shape, but a good deep class. Like I said, congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Dodd. For those reasons, the places in our second class of Duroc. Fourth place is awarded to Hannah Holbrook. Third place exhibited by Reed Yonker. Second place was owned by Callan Longhenny, and Callan Longhenny also is the Blue Ribbon winner, first place Duroc in our second class. While we're waiting for our third class, final class of Durocs to enter the ring, I've been asked to let you know to recognize some of our individuals that have donated buckles and banners for our stock show this year. Our grand champion market swine buckles donated by Hill Country Veterinary Hospital, Dr. Dave and Andy Rosberg, in memory of Dr. Dave. Our grand champion market swine banner is donated by Longhorn Storage, Colin and David Evans, and Lisa and Jim Roy Atchison. The reserve grand champion market swine buckle is donated by Jody and Sandy Osborne. The reserve champion grand champion market swine banner is donated by Ryan and Kaylee and Jordan. The champion junior swine showman donated by Stock Show Secrets. Champion intermediate swine showman, champion junior swine showman, and overall champion swine showman also donated by Stock Show Secrets, Steve McCowan. We thank these people for their donations. Exhibitors in our final class of market Durocs: Clara Smith exhibiting a Duroc weighing 269 pounds, and Kelton Jordan with a Duroc weighing 283 pounds.
Another nice pair, completely different kinds. We lead off with a gilt that I just thought had more substance. You watch him come at you, she's more pulled apart, knee to ground through the base of her chest. I like just the shape of her rib, the dimension that she spreads there down her upper skeleton. I do think for just as broad and opened up and powerful as she does still maintain mobility, I think, to way more than acceptable degree. I like her length of hip. I think her length of stride and squareness behind is good as well. We talk about strengths to the one that's in second. I do think that it's a pair worth discussing. I thought that was an elevated hog that had more height to shoulder, more extension blade forward. I read just a blander kind of shape down her back. I thought hip, pin, stifle, and dimension going away was maybe just a little flatter than that one we lead off with. But I do think fresh-centered, quality hog that's got a nice look and a good pair. Congratulations.
Placings in our final class of Duroc Market Swine. Second place is awarded to Claire Schmidt, and first place class winner goes to Kelton Jordan. Our first place exhibitors now coming into the ring, showing for champion Duroc. First place in Class 1, Ruby Osborne. First place exhibitor in Class 2, Callan Longhenny. And the blue ribbon winner of Class 3, Kelton Jordan.
Nice set of Durocs. We bring our class winners back out. And I think commonalities, they're all wide-framed, muscular, product-driven kind of hogs that are still good in terms of just mobility and level of comfort. We read them out here. I do think there's differences just in design and balance in the way they're proportioned. With that said, I do think there's a hog that's just unique in terms of combining the right substance with the right proportions. Young man does a nice job. We'll use that middleweight to go ahead and be our champion. Congratulations.
The champion Duroc is exhibited by Callan Longhenny. We'll bring out our second place out of the Class 2 to exhibit for reserve champion. This animal is also owned by Callan Longhenny.
bring that second place hog out, and I thought a bear in class that was competitive with our class winner that eventually won the breed, because I do think we're cleaner there. Throat latch, better at the top of our neck. I thought mobility and quality, the way that one's put together is very, very good. I didn't read us just quite as rugged and dense in our skeleton or as stout in our skull and framework, but good hog. And then we think about our last class winner. That's a rugged, stout, very durably built kind of a female that's got a big rib cage and lots of mass. A little coarser and crustier there up front. I think maybe just a little tighter in the way we use our blade system. And then we've got the lightweight that I think is fresh and athletic and very mobile. Still fits together with a nice look. A little flat there on our front pasterns, but I do think we're still probably the loosest and most flexible of the hogs that we've got out here. I think close decisions. We'll go ahead and follow up a nice breed champion with that lightweight for reserve. Congratulations to that young lady.
Our congratulations go to Ruby Osborne for exhibiting the reserve champion Duroc. Exhibitors for our next class of market swine will be showing our Hampshire hogs in this class here. We are in this division. We have 5 classes of Hampshire market swine to be exhibited. exhibitors in our first class of market swine Hampshire breed, Knox Skunk with a Hampshire hog weighing 125 pounds, Riley Yonker with a market swine weighing 133 pounds, and Everkunk with a market swine weighing 147 pounds.
Good trio, and I think the pair in 2 and 3 gets pretty close, but I do think that the Gilted leads off needs to do so pretty quickly. And starting with positives, that thing is a stout rascal coming at you, a big blade system, a powerful kind of a chest view, and a stout skull, and then we work from there back. And I do think our rib cages is quite a bit more advanced than what we've got in 2 and 3. We're square at the base of our chest. We've got a boulder turn out of the back of our blade. Going away, I do think we've got a giant hip, a big stout rump, but I would just pull that one's hind leg back within its framework just to touch in a perfect world. And I don't think we're bow-legged, but I do think we're right there at the edge just in terms of with the skeleton going away. But I think everything up and ahead of that is very, very nice. Next pair's close, and you got to make the call. I thought one was maybe just a little stronger top, a little better in the way we keep ourselves together in motion. One's probably just a little bolder in regards to shape. You could go either way, but I do think a good pair to wrap up a nice trio. My compliments to all three of those youngsters. Congratulations.
Placings in our first class of Market Hampshire Hogs. Third place is awarded to Everkunk. Second place exhibited by Knox Skunk. And class winner exhibited by Riley Yonker. Exhibitors in our second class of market Hampshire swine, Reese Evans, exhibiting a Hampshire weighing 166 pounds, Sawyer Smith with a market swine weighing 174 pounds, and Brindley Eckert exhibiting a Hampshire hog weighing 175 pounds.
Good class. I think all three of these hogs have merit, and so just kind of talking differences, I do think there's probably the most hard to put together pieces all combined into one animal in our leadoff hog. I do think that one skull extension up front and look in combination with that kind of just bulk and body mass and dimension is unique. I do think it turns a big shape down our top. We've got a big, broad kind of a body cavity. Where you would maybe pick on that one and where I think a guy could beat that hog is his rear leg. I do think we're just a little coarse in the shape of our hock. I don't know if we're just perfect when we talk about squareness, pin placement hawk all the way to the surface. Young lady's lighter skin bear that comes next. I think just a good fundamental kind of a market hog. Wide, bold, centered, big topped, big ended. We're a little flat footed. We're just maybe a little rounder in the way we're put together there, and kind of our hip, our ham loin hook up, and even at the top of our crest. Nice, well put together, good looking hog that wraps up this group that I thought just got outmassed. We're a little flatter there in our body. We don't turn quite as much shape up high. I thought just read a little flatter there through our stifle and kind of the base of our ham. But good competitive class. Congratulations. 3 nice hogs.
Placings in our second class of Hampshire Market Swine. Third place exhibited by Sawyer Smith. Second place class winner goes to Reese Evans. And first place animal exhibited by Brinley Eckert. Congratulations, kids. I know some of you might have come in a little bit late, but while we're have a little break here, I'd like to introduce our judge again. Keaton Dodd is past Texas A&M Livestock Judging Team member. Keaton currently serves as Executive Director of Santa Gertrudis Breeders International. He previously served as Vice President of Seed Stock Operations at BRC Ranch. After graduating from Texas A&M, he served as a graduate lecturer in animal breeding and genetics, as well as the livestock judging team coach and coordinator. And we are very, very pleased to have Keaton here today to work with our youngsters and evaluate these animals. Let's give Keaton a hand right here. Exhibitors coming in our ring with our third class of Hampshire Market Swine. Lida Willis with a market swine weighing 202 pounds. Bronwyn Underwood exhibiting a Hampshire hog weighing 210 pounds. Langston Jordan with another Hampshire weighing 210 pounds. And Sawyer Smith exhibiting a Hampshire Market Swine weighing 216 pounds.
another good class. I do think all four of these hogs are competitive. When we start to talk about how you like them lined up, I think there's quite a bit of discrepancies amongst this group, but I do think look, mobility, just the way they're put together skeletally, I do think the bear that leads off is quite a bit looser and more mobile. I think from a level of comfort, that hog's just more my speed. I do think we're set back better in our shoulder, our length of hip, the shape, specifically in the cleanliness of our hock joint. I think all just read a little sounder, a little truer, a little more genuine in my opinion. I thought it was really close, 2 and 3. I thought that the one in second was just a shade more conservative in a standpoint of we are cleaner jointed. We're taller at the point of our shoulder. We're not quite as coarse at the top of our neck or ahead of our blade. I do want to pick that hog up there on our front pasterns. It'd probably be my biggest criticism of that young man's gilt, but I do think a powerful, shapely, still attractive one. Unique hog that comes in third is probably just too much for me. I do think there's big feet, big legs, a stout kind of a body cavity, and lots of dimension. We're a little weak there on our pasterns, a little coarse in the shape of our joint work, just not quite as fresh or as youthful in the way we're built there, skull, crest, and extension up front. A neat-looking hog that's got shape and stout skeleton that comes next that wraps up a tough group. We're just too dry there in our center. I don't think we're quite as big-ribbed, as smooth there in our loin edge and the way things blend together. But 4 nice hogs, a good competitive class. Congratulations.
Placings in our third class of market swine. Fourth place exhibited by Letta Willis. Third place exhibited by Langston Jordan. Second place exhibited by Sawyer Smith. And blue ribbon winner exhibited by Bronwyn Underwood. Exhibitors in our next class of Hampshire hogs, Latham Miller, exhibiting a Hampshire weighing 219 pounds, Ruby Osborne with a Hampshire weighing 224, and Miles Foster with a Hampshire hog weighing 231 pounds.
good trio that just kind of comes together. I think our class winner combines kind of the features that you like in 2 and 3. A wide frame, still a good ribbed type of a hog that's fresh centered and got good shape. You step off profile, and I still think lines and proportions in that one probably come together as good as anything in this group. And I thought it was close, 2 and 3. You either lean towards one that's a little leaner, a little more shapely, probably just a shot bigger in our kind, but reads drier centered, or you've got one that's denser, more moderate, bigger middled, but probably just a little plain in our shape, a little plain in the way we're put together from the side. Close pair between 2 and 3. Really solid class winner. Congratulations.
Placings in this class of Hampshire hogs. Third place is awarded to Latham Miller. Second place exhibited by Miles Foster. And the class winner exhibited by Ruby Osborne. Exhibitors in our final class of Hampshire Market Swine, Taylor Miller exhibiting a Hampshire weighing 260 pounds, and Kelton Jordan exhibiting an animal weighing 264 pounds.
just two to wrap up this last class, but I think a nice pair. You could sum these up as complete opposites in their strengths, but I do think they both bring some nice features to the table. More density and just a more powerful general build in the one that leads off. A big forearm and a square kind of a front foot. Lots of ruggedness when we talk about skull, feature, body mass, and dimension, and so I like all of those things. We're probably a little shorter there ahead of our blade and just not quite as unique from a look standpoint of some of the hogs that's come through the arena, but that's as dense and as bold and still mobile as you could probably make one, and so nice hog to lead off. Young lady's gilt's no slouch just in terms of mobility. I think a really loose and long-strided kind of a hog that's cleaner there, blade forward than even our class winner, and probably just a shade leaner. I read her just a little raw there in her mid-body, a little tighter and drier there in her flank. I didn't think that hog was just quite as stout structured or as bold built, but I think a good pair. Both of those kids are doing a good job. Congratulations.
Placings in our final class of Hampshire Hogs. Second place is awarded to Taylor Miller, and the class winner exhibited by Kelton Jordan. The exhibitors now coming out with their Hampshire Hogs showing for the champion Hampshire of the 2025 show. Class winner in the first class belonged to Riley Yonker. Second class winner was exhibited by Brindley Eckert. Third class winner exhibited by Bronwyn Underwood. Fourth class winner exhibited by Ruby Osborne. And the exhibitor in the fifth class of Hampshire Hogs, Kelton Jordan.
Another strong breed. I thought the Hampshire show was deep, and there were some classes where some third place, fourth place hogs were dang nice and don't even get to make their way back out in the arena. And so it's nice to come to a small community where you realize how serious the folks involved take these livestock projects, and it shows not only just in the fact that your kids do such a good job, but I thought a very, very good set of livestock. We get back out here, and I think there's some extremes amongst this group. We talk about combining out their feature with extra density and still a unique kind of presence and look. And then we start to talk about with the hogs that are probably the most unique. There's one that maybe to me is just the most solid from a skeletal makeup, just the most complete and the most correct. I like the young lady in the blue sweater to be your champion. Congratulations, sir.
Champion Market Hampshire swine exhibited by Bronwyn Underwood. Joining our exhibitors was our second place and the class winner is Sawyer Smith.
I do think another close decision, and we bring that second place hog in, study that one for a while. I thought in class that one was very, very competitive with our class winner just because the fact that we've got the same look and density and stoutness, and I probably picked on that one just a little bit structurally, and still out here we maybe could be just a little stronger on our front feet. That hog maybe does turn and push our hock just slightly outside of the width and plane of our hip, but I do see a big forearm, a bold build, and of this bunch, I think that one and another one hit me the hardest just in regards to their look, their extension, their presence. certainly that one's in contention. The other hog that I think it gets really competitive with is the young lady's thin-belted bear that goes away from me, because I do think that one's the most unique hog in this lineup in regards to cleanliness of front end, elevation at the top of our blade. That's a neat kind of a long-fronted hog that's still really, really broad and big-barreled and powerful. Similar to the one we just talked, going away, we could probably be just a little more within kind of the plane of our hip and stifle, but I do see that hog being just a nickel square when we talk about where our hock sets in relation to our pin placement and where our foot sets there on kind of below it. And so close pair, good group. I like the young ladies bear to go ahead and follow our division winner. A good competitive lineup.
And your reserve champion, Hampshire, exhibited by Brindley Eckert. Couple of things to talk about while we got a little short break between going to our next breed of market bears. I'd like to recognize a couple of people here we have working with us today. We've got our swine superintendents, Walt Brawls and David Evans. David's working in the back. Our ring helpers are Clancy Osborne and Quattro Beatty. Also, we need to give a recognition to our people over here in our concession stand. If we've got a little break, if you need anything at the concession stand, they're serving just about everything you want over there. So let's go over there and support them today.
Hello, I'm Hannah Holbrook, and I've been showing pigs at the Mason County Livestock Show for 5 years now. My favorite part about this show is definitely getting to see the pigs grow up. From having them as babies all the way to the weight that they are when we're actually showing, it is so enjoyable getting to watch how much they change and evolve and understanding how to let them get to where they truly need to be. Something interesting I'm going through this year is that one of my pigs is actually partially blind. So that has brought a lot of challenges that I need to overcome. However, it's been super fun trying to help. Hello, I'm Hannah Holbrook, and I've been showing pigs at the Mason County Livestock Show for 5 years now. My favorite part about this show is definitely getting to see the pigs grow up. From having them as babies all the way to the weight that they are when we're actually showing, it is so enjoyable getting to watch how much they change and evolve and understanding how to let them get to where they truly need to be. Something interesting I'm going through this year is that one of my pigs is actually partially blind. So that has brought a lot of challenges that I need to overcome. However, it's been super fun trying to help this pig understand exactly how to walk and how it needs to be show ready. So that has been so fun. I'm going to be going to Texas A&M this year for college.
Okay, what's your major?
And I will be majoring in civil engineering.
Yep.
I would like to say thank you to everyone who has led me to this moment here today, and I look forward to this year's show, my last show. Thank you.
Coming into the ring now, we start with our Black
Hi,
OPB.
my name is Cooper Landry, and I've been doing AgMech since my sophomore year. My favorite part about the Mason Show is getting to meet new people in the community. I've learned many things in AgMech and have perfected my woodworking skills. This year my project is a desk made out of cherry wood. I'm going to Texas A&M Corpus Christi, and I'll be dual majoring in marine biology and geology to then hopefully go out onto offshore research boats or the oil field.
Hi, I'm Soyla Martinez. I've been showing sheep in Mason County Livestock Show since I was about 12 years old. I used to show goats before that. My favorite part about the stock show is probably making friends with the new animal each year. I always enjoy. They're so cute. A family member that I've had that's shown animals would be my older brother, Emmanuel Martinez. He showed goats with me when we were younger, and then whenever he went off to Marines, that's when I started showing sheep. I don't plan on going into anything agricultural. I plan on going into nursing school at Angelo State University.
My name is Clancy Osborne. I'm 18 years old. I've been showing animals in the Mason County Livestock Show since I was in the 6th grade, about 12 years old.
Just to a pair that probably comes
my favorite
together
part
a little
about
quicker, but I think
showing
nice hogs
animals
still
is getting to be
really
around
off
the
with
animals,
young
watching them
man's
grow,
Berkshire
mature,
hog. I do
and
think
getting to
that
feed them out
we run more
and
spread
kind
down our
of be
top, and I
control
think we
over
do
how
that
they
in
grow and
combination
mature.
with just a
You
shot
kind
more
of get to be
look.
your
We've
own
got more
science
height,
project.
shoulder,
What have
more
you shown?
natural levelness
Pigs,
and
pigs.
just presence in general.
I have
and
also
still
shown sheep.
a bigger
Didn't
foot,
like
a
sheep.
stouter
Too
skeleton,
stupid
and
for
like I
me.
said, more turn and spread down
Kept
our
doing
top.
pigs.
Spotted
But,
hog's really loose and mobile.
most
and I like that. I do think just
interesting
from an
experience I think I've
athleticism
ever had
standpoint,
was
can
we
get
had
out
pigs
and
get
handle its
out
rear leg
and
with
get
some
into our
security, pretty quick
grandpa's
in terms
pasture
of the way it
with
gets
his
around
cattle.
the arena. Get
And
into
we
that
had
one. I
to
just thought we were a little
separate
flat
pigs from
body, a
cattle
little bland in the shape.
for
We
a
run down
couple
our
of
top,
hours.
just
That was
not
fun,
naturally,
chasing them through
as
brush.
rugged or as powerful as the one that
And
we
then
like I said,
after
good
high
pair.
school,
Congratulations to
I
both
do
those young
kind
men.
of plan to enter into the mech field. I'm going to TSTC in Sweetwater, and I'm going to go major in diesel mechanics.
Placings in our first class of OPB.
Sounds good, thank you.
Second place is awarded to Brandon Valdez.
Hi, I'm
First
Owen
place
Brown. I'm
exhibited by
17 years
Joseph
old.
Fernando. We have a cell phone turned in up here to the announcer's booth. If you can come up and identify it, we'd be glad to give it to you. You may get an important call. It was found outside in the parking lot, and nobody had run over it. Exhibitors in our second class of black OPBs, Judge Jackson with a hog weighing 183 pounds. Eva Jordan with a hog weighing 184 pounds. Hannah Holbrook exhibiting a market swine weighing 194 pounds. And Blakely Eckert with an animal weighing 194 pounds.
Good class, and for starters, I'll say all four of these hogs I think are quality. Even the one we wrap up with is a dense, very, very powerful hog that just needs to move a little freer. With that said, I do think that just the most solid answer is the one we lead off with. I thought a tall-shouldered, clean-fronted, well put together kind of a hog that's still broad-chested, in good shape, and has plenty of dimension when we just talk about body width and bone and bulk. But like I said, I think that's easily the tallest shouldered, the most athletic, the most attractive bear in this bunch. And so it became a pretty solid choice to me to go ahead and lead off. Love just the robustness, the ruggedness, the bulk of the hog that comes next. You get above that one, just so wide framed, a big kind of a blade system, a big hip and rump. We read that one up front. I think we're just maybe a little narrower there through our chest, a little plainer head, neck, and jowl. And like I talked about, we've got a nice pair to wrap up this group, but I do think just mobility, flexibility, level of comfort all favors the young ladies bear. That's a taller, longer, stretchier built kind of a hog that, like I said, more importantly, got more flex down low, hinges and handles looser. And I think she probably, just from a showmanship standpoint, gets the most out of that hog and does a really good job. And so my compliments to her. She really did get everything she could out of that one. Just a little flatter made. I didn't think we had quite the power we do in the first pair. Wrap up, dense, big topped, big bladed hog that's maybe just a little harder to get a look at. Spent maybe just a little more time with his head down, but a little coarser, a little rounder, just a little tighter in the way we go. But I do think lots of muscle, lots of product and dimension. All four good hogs. Congratulations.
Placing in our second class of black OPBs, Fourth place exhibited by Judge Jackson. Third place animal exhibited by Hannah Holbrook. The red ribbon winner exhibited by Blakely Eckert, and Evie Jordan exhibiting the class winner. Exhibitors in our third and final class of black OPBs, Ruby Osborne exhibiting a hog weighing 202 pounds. Joshua Frenzine exhibiting an animal weighing 225 pounds. And Wendy Jackson will be coming into the ring with an animal weighing 239 pounds.
Another nice trio. Young lady spotted hog we lead off with is, to me, just there's the most hog there. We're broader there through our chest. We open bolder back into our body cavity, and you get a puff. All three of these, I do think we're square in our blade system. We run more fresh shape there, kind of back over our loin edge, and we power off a bigger hip. Where we've fixed that hog, we maybe aren't just the most unique when we talk about blade forward. That hog's a little like low-eared, just a little plainer crested and a little plainer there in our jawline. But from their back, that is a dense, rugged, very mobile power hog that I think combines a lot of neat features. Young man's Poland gilt that we follow up with, I thought between 2 and 3, that's where the close call is. I thought there was just more shape. I thought that was a leaner composition hog that had a fresher, more descript turn down our back. Reasons we get beat, I thought we close up to the base of our rib cage, maybe narrow just a touch underneath. That hog's got a natural tendency to kind of roach there in the middle of its back as we get out and travel. Loose, mobile, very flexible and comfortable spotted hog that the young lady wraps up this group with, probably as sound as fluid and as useful from just a skeletal design as anything in this bunch. Just a frailer featured hog that I thought just was maybe just a shade more bland as we talk about shape and muscle shape and dimension and volume and all of those kind of power features, but built well, very quality group of hogs. Congratulations to all three of those exhibitors.
Placings in our final class of Black OPB. Third place exhibited by Wendy Jackson. Second place exhibited by Joshua Frinslin. And first place class winner exhibited by Ruby Osborne. Exhibitors in the ring now showing for the champion Black OPB. First class winner was Joseph Fernando. The winner of the second class was Evie Jordan. And third class winner, Ruby Osborne.
Good lineup of Black OPBs, and with that said, you start to study, I think, things they have in common. I think they are rugged, they're wide constructed, they're powerful hogs that still maintain mobility. When we talk about what separates maybe one from the rest of the pack, I do think there's a hog that just designs up and proportions and fits together with more look than the other two. Young lady in the middle with the Berkshire Bear is going to be your champion. Congratulations to her.
The champion Black OPB exhibited by Evie Jordan.
Bring that young lady's Berkshire hog out. That was second behind our champion, and I think similar features in terms of what we've got out here in regards to a big body cavity and a bold kind of a shape and a powerful build. Read that one, positives or strengths out here. I do think we're as wide, as fresh-backed, and as big-ended as anything in the sponge. Maybe areas where we could be better. I do think we're a little flatter on our front feet. That hog will run downhill just a touch, and Reed just a shade more jammed up there through our front end. I think it's close between a pair of them. I like the young lady Spotted Bear out of the last class to go ahead and follow our champion. Congratulations.
Reserve champion Black OPB exhibited by Ruby Osborne. Exhibitors coming in the ring now to begin our next breed of hogs, market swine, our white OPBs. Eric Sapien exhibiting an animal weighing 202 pounds. Ainsley Burns with a white OPP weighing 207 pounds. Ruby Osborne with a white OPB also weighing 207 pounds. And Maya Aguero with an animal weighing 209 pounds.
Good class. All four of these hogs are really, really strong, and so just talk differences and kind of where we see them ending up. Hog we lead off with, I thought, was the looker of the bunch. We talk about height to shoulder, extension, elevation. Really a true kind of square-built hog that's still got good shape and the right kind of look. Like I said, I think that one just designs up and fits together the most complete for me. Big-centered, loose, mobile, productive kind of a bear the young lady brings us that's got a big top and a big, powerful kind of a rump. Read that one, I think we're just a little crest here at the top of our neck. We have a tendency to run downhill just a touch, and we probably don't, like I said, design up and fit together with the same kind of look of our class. And then we wrap up with a pair that I think huge trade-offs. One's big bone, stout, and powerful like the young man's. Young ladies is attractive, smooth, and very good structured, but just a little flat. And so I like to use the one that was a little looser built over the one that was a little stouter. Young man wraps up big boned, big hip, very powerful. I read that one to be the shortest hipped and the shortest and most restricted in our stride, but that's a good hog to end up fourth in a tough class. Congratulations.
Placings in our first class of white OPBs. Fourth place is awarded to Eric Sapien. Third place animal exhibited by Maya Aguero. Red ribbon winner exhibited by Ruby Osborne, and the class blue ribbon winner exhibited by Ainsley Burns. Exhibitors in the class now with second class white OPBs, Langston Jordan with an animal weighing 218 pounds. Ainsley Burns exhibiting a white OPB weighing 223 pounds. Claire Schmidt with a market swine weighing 227 pounds. And Reese Evans exhibiting a white OPB weighing 230 pounds. Our judge will also evaluate the second place animals in this breed, exhibited by Ruby Osborne and Reese Evans.
Good lineup of Light OPBs. I told them turn all 4 out, and there's just 4, so no need waiting on a second. We get back out here and start to evaluate, and I do think that there's a pair. That's a unique squeal that one's got, I will say. I think there's a pair that just match up more from a standpoint of a shot of extra presence, extra look. I like the young man's Guilt to be champion, young lady's Barra. That wins that first class will be reserved. Congratulations.
Your champion, OPB, White OPB, exhibited by Langston Jordan, and the reserve champion, exhibited by Ainsley Burns. I've been asked to remind you of our timeline when we're bringing in our next class. We finish with the swine show today. We will go immediately to swine showmanship contest, and following the swine show, we will have the fastest torch contest. This afternoon from 12 to 1 p.m., we will do the heifer and steer check-in, weigh-in. The cattle show will begin at 3:30 and is followed with cattle showmanship. On Thursday, the sheep and goats arrive, and the sheep arrive and weigh in from 8 to 8:30. The goats from 8:30 to 9 a.m. The sheep show will begin at 10 a.m., followed by sheep showmanship. The goat show will begin immediately following the sheep showmanship, and with a showmanship of the goats following the goat show. And then Thursday evening, the Grand Champion Drive will take place in the rodeo arena, beginning at 6 p.m. The Grand Drive will not be here. It won't be down on the square like it was last year, but the Grand Drive will be in the rodeo arena next door, beginning at 6 p.m. Thursday afternoon. Friday morning, we have the food and nutrition interviews. The Ag Mechanics Show begins at 9 a.m. The buyer's reception back in this building at 4 p.m. with the general store also available for buyers at 4 p.m. and the premium sale will begin at 6 p.m. You exhibitors, you're reminded that your individual pictures will be taken at the conclusion of your respective shows on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday. Our next market swine breed is our Yorkshire classes, and in our first class we have 2 animals being exhibited. Olivia Longhenny exhibiting a York hog weighing 155 pounds, and Bronwyn Underwood with a York weighing 157 pounds.
Good pair. I think quality hogs, and both these young ladies can really get one shown, and so you can just kind of step back and watch them circle the arena and figure out what you like. I think the skeleton of the hog that leads off is just a shade better. We're set back in our blade, knee, and on into the surface just a shot more comfortably. Not only does that allow that one to reach just a shade better, but I do think we tie our neck better out of the top side of our blade, and then from there back, we're a little better in the transition there, and our ham loin hookup and our length of hip, I think, helps that one just get out, grab, and drive with more comfort and range of motion. Still, that's no slouch from a power standpoint. Big feet, stout skull, bold, and kind of a powerful build. A neat, clean kind of a front end on this next hog, probably a bolder turn of shape down our top, and a big hip and rump. Like I said, it's a structure thing. I do think we're rolled forward in our blade. As a consequence, that hog doesn't tie in quite as good there in his front end. That hog maybe will push just a little on the outside of his toe as he leaves you, wrinkle there in his ham loin just a touch. That's a really, really good pair of white bears, though. Those young ladies both do a good job. Congratulations.
Places in our first class of York Market Swine. Second place is awarded to Bronwyn Underwood, and the class winner exhibited by Olivia Longhenny.
Dakota went up there and took pictures of a friend of ours, Dakota, that spent a lot of time in Mason, and she loves Mason. So for her senior pictures, Dakota was taking her senior pictures for her, and they went and did some up there. Got some cute ones.
Exhibitors in our next class of Yorkshire Market Swine, Jackson Holbrook with an animal weighing 194 pounds, Olivia Longhenny exhibiting an animal weighing 208 pounds, Brindley Eckert with a Yorkshire pig weighing 211 pounds, and Reed Yonker with an animal weighing 238 pounds. We still have a cell phone up here in the booth that was found out in the parking lot. If somebody's expecting a call, say telling you won the lottery or something, we'll go ahead and take the call for you.
nice class, good pair on the top end. I think you could go back and forth discussing a few of the features that I find that I favor in the one that leads off. I think we're better in our skull shape and more youthful there ahead of our blade. I think that hog's got a big, broad kind of a view from above, too. We open out of the back of our blade very wide and very powerful. And still, I think that's a big hip, big rumped kind of a hog that maintains squareness going away. And I think that's a hard thing to find in a lot of situations nowadays, it seems, to find one that's broad, wide, and square and keeps everything within its framework. I think that hog does that. We're maybe just a little rolled forward in our blade, and that hog will set his dew claws in the dirt just a touch up front, but I still think a unique combination of look and extra substance. Big power hog that comes next, too, that I also think is surprisingly really mobile. We talk about length of hip and ability to get out and travel. I think that hog does it. We're a little more mature there up front. We, too, maybe will set just a little soft on our front pastern and turn our front feet together just a touch, but that's a good hog to end up second in a nice pair. Young man's gilt that's walking in front of me, I think a big-ribbed, big-muscled kind of a hog that maybe is just a little plainer profile in those first two. Will run downhill and read just a little shorter up front. Don't think we design up with the same level of quality as that first pair. Wrap up, one that is more elevated, more extended their blade forward. I think a lean cutability type of hog that's just a little tighter there in our rear joint work, a little flatter and drier there in our center. But like I said, good deep class. My compliments to all four of those exhibitors.
Places in our second class of Yorkshire Market Swine. Fourth place is awarded to Jackson Holbrook. Third place exhibited by Reed Yonker. Second place winner in the class exhibited by Brindley Eckert, and the class winner exhibited by Olivia Longhenny. A reminder, our concession stand still has some breakfast tacos and some donuts and goodies over here, and they're getting the lunch menu ready. So we'll get ready and line up after we have the opportunity during a break if you want to go over there and support the concession stand. Lots of drinks, coffee, things of this nature, so let's support these ladies that worked hard over there.
Good pair of Yorkshires and strong breed. There wasn't a whole lot of them, but you start to think back on those classes, and I thought competitive decisions all the way through, and you've just got to get comfortable with the type that you like and tell the differences and move on. With study this pair out here in the lightweight, I think is the class leader, the drive leader, I guess you could say, just in range of motion, presence. I think that thing is unique from the standpoint of we're equally as stout as probably just about anything that we've had in this breed. But I do think we tie our blade better. We maintain comfort in our spine. And I thought the big difference, talking him versus the heavyweight, our hip length and the way we push our rear leg kind of past our tail and drive off our rear skeleton, to me, is just a shot more comfortable. I like both those hogs a lot. I like the lightweight the best. Young man's driving our champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations go to Olivia Longhenny with the champion York out of the lightweight class. Thanks to older brother helping her.
We bring the second place bear out. Good shape. I like the fact that that one's really clean there in its jawline. Turns a good shape down our top. Got a big, powerful hip and rump. We're a little rocked forward in our blade like I talked in class, and that makes kind of our neck and the top of our blade hook up maybe just a little awkward. We're a little shorter in our reach up front, but like I said, that's a unique, good-looking hog that's got a lot of shape. One I like the second best. Also the young ladies. I like her heavyweight to go ahead and follow up her lightweight. Congratulations. Good pair of hogs.
And again, congratulations to Olivia Longhenny with the reserve champion York. Okay, our exhibitors in our first class of dark cross market swine. Uh, Area Rose Kunk with an animal weighing 147 pounds. Lida Willis with an animal weighing 152 pounds. Gray Willis with a dark cross weighing 153 pounds. Reed Yonker exhibiting an animal weighing 154 pounds. And Blakely Eckert with an animal weighing 167 pounds.
Another good deep class, and I do think that some of these hogs' behavior and demeanor probably hurts them more than it helps them in some certain instances, but I do think shoulders back, our class winner's rib, skeleton and the way we're put together just suits me the best. I think a big, fresh kind of a center, a big, bold top. But I think, like I said, I think that one's ability to get out, travel, and maintain itself in motion, just hold itself together with the most balance, hit me just the most solid. And so that's the direction we elect to lead off. We've got 2 and 2 and 3 that I think are really, really unique, and at times, well, maybe fight showmen or get a little fast, and it's harder to get a look. Young ladies, Gilt, that we elect to end up in second. I do read cleaner there ahead of our blade even than our class winner, and a big, bold kind of a top and a powerful hip. I'll go maybe run around just a little bit with its head down, and at times get a little rounder in its top and just not hold itself together quite as good. But I do think a little more time and just getting that one to maintain, drive, and keep its head up would help just keep all of our spine and everything kind of together in motion. Good shaped, big hipped power hog that comes next that maybe runs downhill just a touch. I didn't think we used our hock quite as effectively as the first 2. Young man's belted hog across the way, good shaped, up fronted. He does an awesome job as far as getting the most out of that hog, keeping our head up and driving. Just a little dry ribbed. I want to open that hog up at the base of its heart, fill him in there in his flank, and just soften and smooth things up. But like I said, young man deserves an award because he does a dang good job getting a hog shown. Wrap up with one that's just green. I think a long-fronted, long-bodied, loose-strided hog, a little dry-centered, a little flatter built. But like I said, good hogs all the way through. Very, very competitive towards the top trio. Congratulations.
Placings in our first class of dark crosses. 5th place exhibited by Aria Rose Kunk. 4th place exhibited by Reed Yonker. 3rd place exhibited by Gray Willis. And the 2nd place animal exhibited by Lida Willis. And the 1st place class winner exhibited by Blakely Eckert. Coming into the arena is our next class of dark cross market swine. Exhibitors in this class, Sutton Smith with an animal weighing 191 pounds. Bronwyn Underwood exhibiting a dark cross weighing 200 pounds. Briley Yonker with an animal weighing 202 pounds. And Kelton Jordan with a dark cross weighing 209 pounds.
Awesome class and awesome pair. And unfortunately, as a judge, you don't get to pick how classes break or where they line up, but I like these two at the top end of this class about as good as anything that we've had walk through the arena so far. And so my compliments to both those young ladies, and all I can do is kind of describe you the differences and how I see them fit. I thought the hog that led off was more unique from a presence and a uniqueness of a big foot and a stout kind of a build, but yet still a youthful, neat, and kind of attractive front end design, a very fresh centered hog that's good shaped. Like I said, I thought the combination of fact that that one's better in our blade angle and neater there up front, yet still I think we're equally as big in our rear leg and as secure in the way we get out and travel. I thought that that was a good animal to go ahead and land upon. Equally as unique, just on a different end of the spectrum, that's a true power hog. Busted open, bold, robust, a big chest, a big kind of a body cavity and lots of dimension. We open up there kind of at our blade and turn our front feet together just a touch. Didn't think that that hog was quite as slick-necked. Thought we were just a little coarser in the way we were put together. But like I said, that's being critical on two that I think are dang nice. Mobility favors the young lady's hog there in that final pair. A big centered, very loose, kind of a mobile, well put together hog from a structural standpoint that's just a little shorter, more compact, a little lower set when we talk about height, the shoulder, and extension up front. Wrap up with a good hog. That one doesn't go forth in most classes, but in this bunch I thought we lacked the most mobility. A little shorter hip, a little more hesitant, I guess you could say, in the way we use our rear structure, but big bodied, big centered, lots of muscle and lots of mass. Good group, and like I said, awesome top pair. My compliments to both those young ladies on a good set of hogs.
Placings in this class of dark cross market swine. Fourth place exhibited by Kelton Jordan. Second place animal exhibited by Briley Yonker. Second place, Bronwyn Underwood. And class winner exhibited by Sutton Smith. Exhibitors in the class now with our next class of dark cross market swine. Elizabeth Smith with a dark cross that weighs 231 pounds. Callan Longhenny exhibiting a dark cross weighing 234 pounds. And Sutton Smith with a dark cross weighing 241 pounds.
another strong class. And the small numbers, and they kind of hit me the way they hit me, and so sorted pretty quick. But I'll tell you, all three of these hogs are really, really nice livestock. And so my compliments to all three exhibitors. Hog that leads off, I think Skeleton's put together the best. Read that one's forearm, not only from a shape, but then the backward set to our knee, the way we use our front leg and the way our blade and front end design all kind of tie together, I think is about as ideal as you could want. And then we open up big, bold body cavity, good kind of an athletic rear leg assembly, just a very, very solid hog that I think is built really, really good at the ground, and we work on up from there. I think a powerful, attractive, very correct kind of a hog. The black gilt that comes next, young man does a very, very good job, and I do think that hog's no slouch. He gets her head up, and she's got a good shape and a big, soft kind of a center cavity. She'll turn her front feet together just a touch. I think you step off to the side and study that opening pair. Differences are, I don't think we're quite as tall at the point of our shoulder. We're not quite as good at the crest of our neck or the base of our neck, but I do think that that's a really, really solid animal. And we wrap up. Very, very problem-free type of hog that the young lady's got that I don't think has some of the extras in regards to shape, but very, very solid in terms of build and balance. We may twist and roll a rear leg just a touch to be perfect, but I do think that is a very good third-place hog that would have won some classes earlier today, and that's just the way it kind of shakes out. Good lineup. My compliments to all three of those exhibitors.
In this class of dark cross, third place hog exhibited by Elizabeth Schmidt, second place awarded to Callan Longhenny, and class winner exhibited by Sutton Smith.
Welcome to Fredonia Peanut Company, located just north of Mason on 386. Come out and see us. We have blinds, feeders, bulk and bag feed, corn and food. Talk to us about delivery. We also specialize in fertilizer, herbicides, and custom application. Give us a call on 325-429-6211. That number again, 325-429-6211. Fredonia Peanut Company. Let the best in the business work for you.
260 pounds. Eva Jordan with an animal weighing 260.
Agility standpoint, I think very, very comfortable in terms of our length of stride. An up-fronted hog that gives you a nice look. I think she'll fit in very good in this drive, and I'm excited to see how that group of hogs fits together. And then from there, I think you can do quite a few different things. Young ladies bear that we elect to run into, I think hip forward probably is just the second best option because we're big ribbed, we've got a big bold blade system and a lot of dimension up high. You can nitpick that one's rear skeleton a touch. I do think we could be longer hipped. We could plant and drive a little more secure off of our rear leg, but at the same time, the hog that we follow up in third probably struggles just a touch in that standpoint, and we're way better neck, front end structure in the way we're built up there, and so we elected to land with that one in second. The spot hipped kind of hog that the young man's driving ringside there right now. Another bold power hog that's got body dimension and mass, but it probably comes in just a plainer design, a little shorter there ahead of our blade, a little shorter in our hip. I didn't think we used our rear leg quite as comfortable as that class winner either, and so thought slid in third for me, but I do think that there's reasons why you can move that hog up a spot or move that hog down a spot. Young lady's hog that comes next, a soft-sided kind of a barra that maybe hits you just a little blander in regards to shape. We could see that hog just a little bolder there out of its hip, but I do like the bone, the foot size, the squareness that one represents, and the mobility. Different package. This next one brings probably a longer bodied hog than anything we've got in this group. A longer fronted hog will really wash out and kind of dip there in her top line. We just didn't have the same rib and center, but if you wanted to say that's a bigger, leaner, more elevated, later maturing kind of a hog that needed to go up further in class, I think you could justify it. Lots of differences. I think the only solid answer is that class winner, and then you could do a lot of different things. Good group. My compliments on a competitive class.
Placings in this last class of dark crosses. Fifth place is awarded to Jackson Holbrook. Fourth place exhibited by Audrey Schmidt. Third place exhibited by Kelton Jordan. Second place animal exhibited by Evia Jordan. And first place class winner exhibited by Bronwyn Underwood. Our dark cross is coming out to exhibit for champion and reserve champion. Class winner in first class exhibited by Blakely Eckert. Second class exhibitor Sutton Smith. Sutton Smith also won the third class, and fourth class winner Bronwyn Underwood.
I know we've got one more breed left, but I think these dark crosses have sure set the stage for what's to come and then what we're going to wrap up with at the end of the day. And I promise you, ringside, if you don't go anywhere outside of the Mason County Fair, then you probably don't realize how competitive this lineup of hogs is and where they fit in the grand scheme of things. But this is an upper-end event, and these hogs are not just competitive here on the green carpet, but I think that these hogs could be competitive kind of just about anywhere that you take them. And so my compliments to y'all as exhibitors, as feeders, as families, as fitters, whoever was involved. I know how much work it takes to get the hogs to this level, and I just want you to know that I'm very, very impressed. When it comes down to it, I know that we're going to pick a champion, and there's a second back there. My second favorite hog's out here in the ring, and I think that probably my third favorite hog is out here in the arena too, and so I don't need to bring a second in, but I just want everybody to know it's very, very good and it's very, very competitive. When it comes down to it, I think there's small features that divide being really, really good and maybe next level, and I think some of those things are rear leg squareness and security. I think some of those things are skull shape, head quality, and I think those two features are probably the biggest deciding factor that leads me in a direction where we end up. But I do think that there's two really, really good hogs out here. You're splitting hairs. I like the young ladies lighter weight bear to go ahead and be our champion. Young ladies heavyweight will follow up for reserve. Congratulations. Dang good pair of hogs.
Your champion dark cross exhibited by Sutton Smith, and your reserve champion dark cross exhibited by Bronwyn Underwood. A reminder to you swine exhibitors back in the barn, after we complete the next group next two classes of light crosses and pick the champion light cross and reserve champion light cross.
Good pair and good hog that leads off. And you could talk about a lot of the things that the young lady's bear does well, but I do think the main difference, at least between the two, is we're quite a bit fresher. We're fresher in our center. We're fresher in our shape, skin, and hair coat. But I think that's just the beginning of describing that hog. That's a really, really solid bear she brings. But I do think freshness is the key deciding factor here. Skeleton and framework's nice in this next hog, and I do think if we could get hip, loin hydrated and get that to blend together, I think there's still some balance in that hog. But as we said, I do think we're a little harsher there in our center. We're just a little staler in the way we read up top. But good pair, like I said, really good bear to win this class.
Placings in this class of light cross, second place is awarded to Briley Yonker, and class winner goes to Bronwyn Underwood. All right, exhibitors in our last class of light cross market swine, Jackson Holbrook exhibit an animal weighing 235 pounds, and Lila Jackson with an animal weighing 236 pounds.
Close pair with some give and take. I do think there's just more horsepower, more hog in the one that leads off. You read them coming at you. She's broader chested, she's bigger, bolder bladed, and then I think from there back everything kind of is as expected. More top, more hip, more dimension behind. That hog you could probably just free up. Specifically, it's kind of awkward. We're a little upright in our rear pasterns, and so we could maybe just set that hog down on a bigger foot with a softer, more secure pastern. But everything up and forward to that, I think, is just so much broader than the Blue Bear that follows. Blue Bear's got a deep, soft kind of a center body and really a loose, flexible, pliable kind of a build. We are a little flat there on her front feet, but I thought the biggest difference, you get above that pair, we're just a little bland there over our loin edge. We don't turn quite as much shape down our top. But like I said, good, mobile, soft-centered kind of a hog. Nice pair with some give and take. Congratulations.
Placings in this class: second place exhibited by Lila Jackson. First place exhibited by Jackson Holbrook.
Good lineup. I still know we've got the rest of the day, and we could stand out here and study them all day, but I do know how I like them, and so we'll get into it, move on into the Grand Drive Parade, and move on into cattle a little later on in the day. But good set. I think there's a hog that just in this bunch sets the standard of quality, and then I think there's a good source for power that kind of follows in there for reserve. Young lady in the blue, she'll be your champion. Young man with the clown-colored hog will be reserve. Congratulations.
Champion Light Cross exhibited by Bronwyn Underwood, and Reserve Champion Light Cross exhibited by Jackson Holbrook. All right, exhibitors, we're going to bring back our champions for a pre-evaluation, if we will, and then once we complete that, then we will go into the swine showmanship.
Hi, we're Kenny and Shirley from McLean Ford. We have been supporting kids in the community for over 30 years now. We've been blessed to be able to do that. We had children that were involved in different aspects as they grew up, and so we have truly made it a point that the funds that we're able to support with go to the kids.
Most all of our donations that we do are all towards youth. A few other aspects of youth, not just livestock shows, but mainly that. We think that that area teaches kids a lot of good work ethic. They learn right from wrong, what works, what doesn't work, and so when they grow up, maybe they will take part of that with them. And we think that's very important. And if our funds can go a little ways to help ease the cost of some of that, then so be it. And that's a wonderful thing because, kids are everything to us. So we just think that's the best way to put it.
I was raised in Cincinnati and had a lot of friends from Mason growing up, being neighboring towns, and still a lot of friends that are grown up and their children now are showing, and their children now are involved in several aspects. And so it's just, we just love Mason County. There's just something about the people that reminds us of home, and so it's become one of our points that we really try to support.
The people at Mason really make it easy to do our best that we can take care of those over there, because they come through, they're nice people, they're just so welcoming, they're warm, they're like us. They're like us. We want, you want to be with people that you know and trust and like, and that's those people. So we really love it over in Mason County.
And since we bought the store a little over 5 years ago, they've been very supportive of us.
They have.
Hi, I'm Michael Zavala, here with Backwoods Barbecue. Born and raised over in Mason, Texas, but we've moved over here to start this business. We had our kids participate in stock show. They started off with pigs, went into steers. The show in Mason as a whole, I think, is wonderful. It's a great experience for the kids. Teaches them a lot of basic skills, in my opinion, of learning to take care of things and, feed, water, every day. It's twice a day, sometimes 3 times a day, whatever is required. But, I feel like it puts something that's missing in a lot of our kids nowadays, a responsibility that they're, something that to be responsible for, and it teaches them something as they become adults of caring for things. We love supporting because the Mason County Stock Show was wonderful to our kids. And so our way of giving back is we donate, either a meal or whatever. We try to help in any way we can, because I think it's a great thing for kids to be a part of growing up. And, it helps them out educationally wise. We hope that they can at least get something out that they can move forward with.
Based in Mason, Texas, Jackrabbit Studios has been here for over a decade to help connect your business to the world. Whether you're starting a new business in need of logo design or have an existing business looking to expand in a challenging market, Jackrabbit Studios is here for you. From custom website design to real estate drone video and photography, even product photography for brochures and online sales, promotional videos for television and beyond, and social media marketing. Jackrabbit Studios is proud to help support our Mason Stock Show, providing exhibitor and sponsor videos, the Livestock Show website, and the annual Mason Stock Show live stream. We'll see you at the Mason Stock Show.
All right, those animals entering the ring now for pre-evaluation are your reserve breed champion animals. Exhibitor of the reserve champion Dark Cross was Bronwyn Underwood. Exhibitor of the reserve champion Light Cross was Jackson Holbrook. Exhibitor of the reserve champion Duroc, Ruby Osborne. Reserve champion Hampshire, Brindley Eckert. The reserve champion Black OPB was exhibited also by Ruby Osborne, and the reserve champion White OPB was exhibited by Ainsley Burns, and reserve champion York by Olivia Longhenny.
Whatever it is you wrangle, whatever seeds you sow, no matter what you nurture or what you choose to grow, at Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, we're proud to protect all Texans.
Swine exhibitors that'll be shown in the showmanship, we need you to get ready. I believe I've been told that we're going to start with the first class of showmanship will be your beginners, then we'll go to the intermediate, and then the seniors. Market hog exhibitors, Kayla's back in the back by the backdrop. She's ready to take pictures. We need to get those pictures taken this morning. Exhibitors in the ring now showing with the pre-evaluation. We have Callan Longhenny with the champion Duroc, Bronwyn Underwood with the champion Hampshire, Eva Jordan with the champion Black OPB, Langston Jordan with the champion White OPB, Olivia Longhenny with the champion York, champion Dark Cross exhibited by Sutton Smith, and champion Light Cross exhibited by Bronwyn Underwood. Okay, we think again, let's give Keaton Dodd a hand for the evaluation of our market swine this morning. He'll be back this afternoon doing our cattle at 3 o'clock. Thank you, Keaton. Exhibitors in our showmanship for our market swine, our junior showmen will start first. These are K through 3rd grade, intermediate showmen 4th grade through 8th, and senior showmen will be 12th grade, 9th grade through 12th.
Hello, I'm Hannah Holbrook, and I've been showing pigs at the Mason County Livestock Show for 5 years now. My favorite part about this show is definitely getting to see the pigs grow up. From having them as babies all the way to the weight that they are when we're actually showing, it is so enjoyable getting to watch how much they change and evolve and understanding how to let them get to where they truly need to be. Something interesting I'm going through this year is that one of my pigs is actually partially blind. So that has brought a lot of challenges that I need to overcome. However, it's been super fun trying to help this pig understand exactly how to walk and how it needs to be show ready. So that has been so fun. I'm going to be going to Texas A&M this year for college.
Okay, what's your major?
And I will be majoring in civil engineering.
Yep.
I would like to say thank you to everyone who has led me to this moment here today, and I look forward to this year's show, my last show. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cooper Landry, and I've been doing AgMech since my sophomore year. My favorite part about the Mason show is getting to meet new people in the community. I've learned many things in AgMech and have perfected my woodworking skills. This year my project is a desk made out of cherry wood. I'm going to Texas A&M Corpus Christi, and I'll be dual majoring in marine biology and geology to then hopefully go out onto offshore research boats or the oil field.
Hi, I'm Soyla Martinez. I've been showing sheep in Mason County Livestock Show since I was about 12 years old. I used to show goats before that. My favorite part about the stock show is probably making friends with the new animal each year. I always enjoy. They're so cute. A family member that I've had that's shown animals would be my older brother, Emmanuel Martinez. He showed goats with me when we were younger, and then whenever he went off to Marines, that's when I started showing sheep. I don't plan on going into anything agricultural. I plan on going into nursing school at Angelo State University.
My name is Clancy Osborne. I'm 18 years old. I've been showing animals in the Mason County Livestock Show since I was in the 6th grade, about 12 years old. My favorite part about showing animals is getting to be around the animals, watching them grow, mature, and getting to feed them out and kind of be in control over how they grow and mature. You kind of get to be your own science project.
What have you shown?
Pigs. I've also shown sheep. Didn't like sheep. Too stupid for me. So kept doing pigs. But most interesting experience I think I've ever had was we had pigs get out and get into our grandpa's pasture with his cattle, and we had to separate pigs from cattle for a couple of hours. That was fun, chasing them through brush. And then after high school, I do kind of plan to enter into the mech field. I'm going to TSTC in Sweetwater, and I'm going to go major in diesel mechanics with an associate's degree. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Owen Brown. I'm 17 years old. I have shown AgMech projects for the past 2 years. I've been pretty decent at placing in most of the bigger contests. I've made a Santa Maria grill, and this year I'm making a cottonseed feeder. My favorite part about showing is just the new people you get to meet and the new faces and getting to expand your web, so to speak. And as far as future careers go, I plan on being something in the agribusiness side of things, maybe managing a feedlot or something along those lines. So that's all I do.
Hello, I'm Regan Farmer. I've grown up in Mason, lived my whole life here. I've been showing AgMech projects for about 3 years now. I started when I was 14 and continued from there. Last year I built a rock bucket. Year before I built a 3-point attachment for a tractor, and this year I'm building an arena drag. Family's always been a part of agriculture. They've grown up around it, so I'm very familiar with everything. They're a huge support to me. I appreciate everything they've done. I'm gonna pursue my career at ASU, so I'm gonna see how that takes me. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gustavo Valdez. I've been showing pigs at the Mason County Livestock Show since last year. I was 16, and this year will be my first year showing AgMech, and I'll be making a hat rack. And my favorite part about stock show is just being around friends and family and all the new people you get to meet and getting to show everyone the hard work you put into your projects. And an interesting experience I've had with this year's project is the hat rack hasn't gone to plan, broken a lot of pieces. Pigs have been very interesting. Lots of running around, lots of chasing. And after high school, I planned on pursuing a career in ranch management at either Tech or Clarendon College.
The rest of you that are still in the ring, do you want to just let your pigs go and then meet us in the middle and we'll have a talk really quick? Well, we have a group of really, really good young exhibitors out here, and they've just all done an excellent job. We sent a couple back to the barns. We gave them some tips about some things that they could fix or improve on, and we kept these 4 just to come back and give us a second look. There's an exhibitor out here that just goes above and beyond. They stay calm and collected. They keep their pig calm, and they move at a consistent pace and make sure that hog is driving the best that he can. She gives us all the right angles that we want to see, and she really sets herself apart from the rest here. The young lady with the calico, you'll be our champion. Thank you. Thank you.
Your Champion Junior Showmanship Award winner, Sutton Smith. Congratulations.
Well, I think we have 4 very, very talented showmen out here, and all 4 of them do very, very good things in their own respective places. But there's one out here that I think just kind of combines it all. They're able to get that pig driving and keep its head up, and they stay intense but also stay relaxed enough that they don't look like they're getting worked up in the ring. We talked to all 4 of them about keeping those pigs driving at a consistent pace and showing us all 3 of the angles that we want to see. But I think there's one that just kind of sets herself apart. That's the young lady in the red and white plaid on the far side.
The Duroc must be the one that showed you this.
And the winner of our intermediate showmanship, Brindley Eckert.
Well, we have a good group of seniors out here, and I think they all do an excellent job. Just it gets down to the nitty-gritty for some of them, and nobody out here is going to be perfect, but they all do stuff that's very, very good. There's just some problems that we run into with consistency of pace and driving that hog and making big, long passes and wide turns. Sometimes we want to kind of turn those hogs on a dime. So there's a few of them out here we want to talk about. The young lady with the red striped shirt does a really nice job. She's able to just keep that pig calm, and he takes the longer passes. Sometimes he just wants to be a little stop and go. The young lady with the wild rag on the far side does a very, very nice job. Keeps that pig driving and keeps that pig's head up. Sometimes she just wants to get a little too close to us, and that pig just is a little stop and go for her. The young man with the Chester does a very nice job. He's able to use the ring and has great ring awareness. Just that first initial impression, he got a little close to us. The young man with the piss pocket barrow does a nice job. His hog is just a little stop and go at times. And then the belted gilt on the far side does a nice job for that young man. She's just getting a little tired and just wants to quit on him sometimes. But a very, very good group of senior showmen. The young man with the Chester will be our champion. Congratulations.
Your champion senior showmanship winner, Eric Savian. individuals come in for the champion showmanship. And our junior showmanship winner was Sutton Smith, the intermediate winner, Brinley Eckert, and the senior winner, Eric Sapien.
I think this is a very, very good trio of showmen that we have, and I know we have, over the next 2 days we have 3 more species to judge, so I'll keep it short and sweet. But these kids just do a very, very nice job. They all stay calm, they all stay collected. They make sure those hogs are driving, and they're driving at a consistent pace. They keep the heads up on the hogs, and they work with their partners well. There's one out here that, just has done an outstanding job, and they just work with their partners so well. It's pretty hard to find somebody that is this far along and this advanced with pigs that are at this age. And I know there's hogs that are going to later shows, so it's a little harder for some of the showmen that have smaller hogs, but this young lady does a very, very nice job, and I commend her for that. The young lady with the yellow bow, you'll be our champion.
Your overall champion Market Hog Showmanship Award goes to Sutton Smith. Congratulations.
Hello, I'm Hannah Holbrook, and I've been showing pigs at the Mason County Livestock Show for 5 years now. My favorite part about this show is definitely getting to see the pigs grow up. From having them as babies all the way to the weight that they are when we're actually showing, it is so enjoyable getting to watch how much they change and evolve and understanding how to let them get to where they truly need to be. Something interesting I'm going through this year is that one of my pigs is actually partially blind. So that has brought a lot of challenges that I need to overcome. However, it's been super fun trying to help this pig understand exactly how to walk and how it needs to be show ready. So that has been so fun. I'm going to be going to Texas A&M this year for college.
Okay, what's your major?
And I will be majoring in civil engineering.
Yep.
I would like to say thank you to everyone who has led me to this moment here today, and I look forward to this year's show, my last show. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cooper Landry, and I've been doing Ag Mech since my sophomore year. My favorite part about the Mason show is getting to meet new people in the community. I've learned many things in Ag Mech and have perfected my woodworking skills. This year my project is a desk made out of cherry wood. I'm going to Texas A&M Corpus Christi, and I'll be dual majoring in marine biology and geology to then hopefully go out onto offshore research boats or the oil field.
Hi, I'm Soyla Martinez. I've been showing sheep in Mason County Livestock Show since I was about 12 years old. I used to show goats before that. My favorite part about the stock show is probably making friends with the new animal each year. I always enjoy. They're so cute. A family member that I've had that's shown animals would be my older brother, Emmanuel Martinez. He showed goats with me when we were younger, and then whenever he went off to Marines, that's when I started showing sheep. I don't plan on going into anything agricultural. I plan on going into nursing school at Angelo State University.
My name is Clancy Osborne. I'm 18 years old. I've been showing animals in the Mason County Livestock Show since I was in the 6th grade, about 12 years old. My favorite part about showing animals is getting to be around the animals, watching them grow, mature, and getting to feed them out and kind of be in control over how they grow and mature. You kind of get to be your own science project.
What have you shown?
Pigs. I've also shown sheep. Didn't like sheep. Too stupid for me. So kept doing pigs. But most interesting experience I think I've ever had was we had pigs get out and get into our grandpa's pasture with his cattle, and we had to separate pigs from cattle for a couple of hours. That was fun, chasing them through brush. And then after high school, I do kind of plan to enter into the mech field. I'm going to TSTC in Sweetwater, and I'm going to go major in diesel mechanics with an associate's degree. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sounds good, thank you.
Hi, I'm Owen Brown. I'm 17 years old. I have shown Ag Mech projects for the past 2 years. I've been pretty decent at placing at most of the bigger contests. I've made a Santa Maria grill, and this year I'm making a cottonseed feeder. My favorite part about showing is just the new people you get to meet and the new faces and getting to expand your web, so to speak. And as far as future careers go, I plan on being something in the agribusiness side of things, maybe managing a feedlot or something along those lines. So that's all I do.
Hello, I'm Regan Farmer. I've grown up in Mason, lived my whole life here. I've been showing Ag Mech projects for about 3 years now. I started when I was 14 and continued from there. Last year I built a rock bucket. Year before I built a 3-point attachment for a tractor, and this year I'm building an arena drag. Family's always been a part of agriculture. They've grown up around it, so I'm very familiar with everything. They're a huge support to me. I appreciate everything they've done. I'm gonna pursue my career in at ASU, so I'm gonna see how that takes me. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gustavo Valdez. I've been showing pigs at the Mason County Livestock Show since last year. I was 16, and this year will be my first year showing ag mech, and I'll be making a hat rack. And my favorite part about stock show is just being around friends and family and all the new people you get to meet and getting to show everyone the hard work you put into your projects. And an interesting experience I've had with this year's project is the hat rack hasn't gone to plan, broken a lot of pieces. Pigs have been very interesting. Lots of running around, lots of chasing. And after high school, I planned on pursuing a career in ranch management at either Tech or Clarendon College.